Thank you. You can grab hers for sure. That'll be fine. Yeah, just move down. You can just switch your plates. That'll be fine. Tom, is Maya coming? Oh, okay. Yes. You just share.
Oh.
I'd like to call the order of the Milan Area Schools Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, December 21st, 2022. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you to everyone for coming this evening. All board members are present, and both of our student board members are present as well. Thank you for coming this evening. One quick item. We did table the decision from our special meeting to after the closed session of this meeting, so we will be adding that business to this agenda, which is the decision for student 2022-2023-7. All right, at this time, we'll start with public comment. Just a reminder, this meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It's not to be considered a public meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. When addressing the board, you'll be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning, and I ask you to finish your thought when the timer goes off. Board members may question speakers, but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, investigation, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. Are there any students who would like to address the board? Public members to address the board.
Andrea Benning, and I addressed the board at the 5:30 meeting, and I'd like to continue my commentary from that. I have concerns about the budget amendment that is on the agenda for this evening. When the last budget meeting took place, I had a conversation with Mr. Gearbaugh expressing concerns about hiring staff and then eliminating staff because money was no longer available due to elimination of grants or reduced enrollment. I was and still am concerned about a revolving door of hiring and firing. I expressed concern about how that model impacts staff morale. I also expressed concern about how that impacts stability within the district for long-term families who enjoy building relationships with staff when they have multiple children and have that same teacher for their children. In the business world, a hiring and firing model isn't typically sustainable because potential quality employees won't apply for positions where the long-term employment forecast is uncertain. The same is true for education, I imagine. If every new teacher sees that the district has a history of hiring and firing, we, at best, become a stepping stone district. At worst, we become an undesirable district. Milan area schools should strive to become a destination district one where new, highly qualified teachers long to get hired into. Ideally, Milan area schools should amend their budget model to become really judicious with the allotted budget to eliminate this hiring and firing trend. And returning to my initial concerns of amending the agenda to move public comment to after closed meetings or closed sessions, I would like to formally ask the Board of Education and the district to have an agenda item for PAC update after every PAC meeting, which takes place on the third Tuesday of the month. By having this update as an agenda item, it removes the need to weigh my rights as a member of the public to give comment during a meeting with the responsibility of providing collaborative updates to the community as a PAC representative. I respectfully ask that you add a PAC update as an agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennick.
Mr. Sislo, can I address the comment, please?
Sure.
The district does not have a pattern of hiring and laying off. That has not occurred in the past, and so there is no past history of that occurring.
Good evening, Rachel Hobbs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. During the month of, or actually the months of October and November, my husband and I spent a significant amount of time discussing with teachers, administrators, the assistant superintendent, as well as school board members, concerns that we had regarding AP classes and the availability of AP classes. I followed the proper chain of command. All of you know that I had concerns about AP classes, and I want to let you know that I didn't receive any resolution with my issue, but I will tell you that Mr. McMahon was the most helpful of all the people that I spoke with in giving us some sort of pathway. Unfortunately, that's not the pathway that my student wants to take. My issue with AP classes is due to the decline in enrollment, it's significantly impacting the availability of AP classes to our higher achieving students. This is not fair. You guys are all about DEI, and I don't see that happening with our higher achieving students. At least from everybody that I've talked to, nothing has been put in front of me that you guys are addressing these issues. Currently, my son is in an AP class that has 5 students. According to Mr. Gearboss standard, in order for any class to be fiscally responsible, it needs 15. There was another AP class that was supposed to be offered this past year that was not offered because there were only 2 students enrolled in the class. As my son starts preparing for his schedule next year, I'm curious to know how many AP classes will be available to him and will be able to go forward with enough students. So I'm going to charge you as school board members. In Brian's review, I am requesting that you charge him with the responsibility of dealing with our decline in enrollment. This is ridiculous, and it should not fall on the backs of our students. I also requested by FOIA information from Mr. Gearbaugh
30
on
seconds.
statistics in our AP classes. Rather than providing me with the information, he created a report by himself from information that he gathered from College Board. Now, if anybody knows the statute for FOIA, that is against the law. You cannot create reports, you have to provide the information. Rather than denying my FOIA request, you should have said, this is where you can find the information, Mrs. Hobbs. It makes me wonder why the information was provided to me in a redacted form the way it was. You all should be concerned too, because that is a lack of transparency by our superintendent. I further
Thank you.
want
The
to
time
add
has
that,
expired. The time has expired, Ms. Hobbs. Thank you.
I understand, but I just want to put
Mr.
one other
Sislo, can I
point out
address the
there.
comment, please?
Thank you.
Well, that's great, thanks.
Yes.
The report that I provided her on her FOIA request was a report from the AP board. It was redacted with the recommendations of our legal counsel.
Ms. Hobbs, the time has expired. Are there others?
What you would like to say to the board? Tell me.
I have the email that
She has the emails
that says that he created the report
that says that he created the report
from College Board's website.
from the College Board's website.
Instead of sending me to a link or a place that I can go to, or
Correct. Our principal enters the software and requests for a report to be generated. That's the report that I gave to you.
Okay. So there have been parents who have done official book challenges of 4 different books that are in the library. There's more to come, but so far we've done 4. Only one of the 4 was actually recommended by the committee to be removed. That was Fun Home. The other 3 have all been rejected. However, all 3 of them have added that there's now a new parent permission slip that's required. However, I think it's important everybody understands that all these books are still freely available to kids when they're in the library. So for some reason, the committee looked at the books and said, okay, there is a reason for some of these kids to need parent permission before they checked them out. However, all of those books are still freely available to every child in the high school without parent permission. So according to the board policies, I think it's important for all of us to understand that this mysterious committee, this faceless, nameless committee, consists of 1 or more professional staff members, 1 or more board members, 1 or more lay persons knowledgeable in the area, and then the superintendent, Brian Gearbaugh, is an ex officio member of all of these committees. Brian Gearbaugh was asked by a parent who was on the committees for all of these book challenges. His response was, at this point, due to the manner in which individuals in the district are being treated over this matter, I do not intend to share the names of the individual committee members. The process has followed the board policy. So, I think it's important for the whole community to understand that when the committee comes back and says, we don't recommend this book be removed, that board right there that we've elected doesn't have to do a public vote or a public discussion on each of these books. So that means that this faceless, nameless group of people that none of us can hold accountable for this decision gets to tell us that these books need to remain in the library, and none of us know who to hold responsible for that because we can't be trusted. So we've already shared excerpts from the book Push. Jamie McIlvaney has shared them several times. Actually, if you go to the meeting right before this on YouTube, you can watch her reading a lot of those excerpts. So that challenge, again, was denied. Push is being kept into the library, and they're adding a parent permission slip. So we've decided tonight that we're going to actually read for the community what's involved in one of the books that was also denied and is going to stay in the library, which is called Tricks.
30 seconds.
Great. You're not turning tricks like some hooker, are you? I mean, the sex isn't good, but it's fast. And all things considered, the pay scale isn't bad. $50 for under 10 minutes work. $300 an hour? Shit, girl, the attorney's wages. Stop it, we don't need money that bad. I'll get off the rag and we'll go back to stripping. Yeah, money sucks, you can't live without it. I'm paying my way through UNLV with a little sex on the side. I mean, if you're gonna have sex anyway, why not earn a little extra cash, you know? She took a big drag. You're interested in a little pay to action? I can introduce you to Lydia if you want. Sex for money, I still hadn't considered the possibility of it, meaning having sex with men. How much for head?
The time
We don't
has expired.
do head,
The time has
except
expired,
on
Ms.
each other, and that will cost an extra $100.
Thank you.
That's what this committee decided to keep in our high school. We'll keep going, though.
President Sislo, can I respond to the comment?
Yes, Mr. Gearbaugh.
If a challenger does not agree with the committee's determination and recommendation, they have the right to appeal the decision to the Board of Education, which would bring it to this board of 7 members to make a decision.
Thank you. We plan on doing that with all 3 of the ones that were rejected.
I will continue reading from the book that was just denied. See, for a while, Lydia worked as a stripper in a fairly nice club near the Stratosphere. I made pretty good money. Most of it went to the house, which took a big cut for keeping the girls safe. I did all the work. They reaped 60% of the bennies. Hard to swallow, so Lydia got smart, started her own business, Have Your Cake Escorts. Now she takes a cut from the girls, whose dates she sets up. I still strip for fun once in a while, all on my own terms. Okay, here's the deal. Both of you girls are pretty, great bods with a fresh look. Guys, especially the old ones, appreciate. You could make buttloads of money taking off your clothes. The clubs are careful about underage girls, but work for me, no one will check your ID. How much per head? We don't do head, except on each other, and that will cost an extra 100. I glance at Alex, who nods, meaning she'll do it for him. She knows I never could. After a little girl-on-girl rubbing, she goes to take care of it. He sits very still in his chair, staring as she strips for him. Suddenly his hands are all over her. Cut it out. Absolutely no touching allowed. All I want is a hand job. Give it to me. I'll let you go. You over there, start playing with yourself. Good thing is it doesn't take long, and he finishes with a loud ah. The men we perform for like it when we dance on each other, breast to breast or belly to ass, fingers touching hidden places we won't let clients touch. Powerful. That's how I feel, seeing how helpless we make them. I so enjoy reducing them to masturbation, masturbating for me, and I can control when they come by how I move my body. 1 2-for-1 fee is $300 an hour, plus tips for straight dancing. Private lap dances are $20 per song. Girl on girl action adds another $100 to the tab. As for the actual stripping, Lydia gives us some pointers. Turns out I'm a better dancer than her, but her boobs are bigger. And when the crowd is in the room, the dicks mostly stay hidden, oogling cable porn. Some guys like to watch girls getting off all by themselves, make it look good for the camera. I was never into touching myself, but it isn't so bad, especially when I'm high. As long as I'm buzzed, the things he asked me to do are easier. She's very pretty, tight little booty, too. His hands slide over my front, reach up under my blouse, the skin of his fingers seeking my nipples as they were at my nipples. He's calloused. And if you love me, you will. You do love me, right? Of course I love you, but right then and there, is this what loving him means? Bryn's hands press down on my shoulders. I stumble down the hall into the bedroom. He follows and sheds his clothes. His body is lean and muscular. Another time, I might have found him attractive. But I hate you. Within seconds, I hate him. He breathes beer, sweat, onions. He bites my neck and lower. I'll wear his teeth
seconds.
marks for days. Stop, you're hurting me. You think that hurts? You ain't seen nothing yet. His teeth close even harder and his hand squeezes my arms. I give myself to the morphine, dining, the pounding between my legs. Something makes me look towards the door, and he is standing there staring. Sometimes he comes, rewards them when he rewards me with junk and beautiful sex. Sometimes other men come. The sex is never beautiful. It's selfish, needful, fueled by sick desire to get off, get over someone who has hurt them, symbolically impaling someone else. So Bryn's zombie girls stay stoned. Isn't that wonderful?
The time has expired. May I have your name, please?
Annette Tellis.
Thank you.
Okay. In continuing reading, I do find her already mostly naked. The guy who's totally forgettable, middle-aged, nothing is completely naked. The dude, who isn't much down there either, despite it being at full mast, turns his attention away from Misty, focuses on me. What are you waiting for? Time is money, you know. Like it's going to take him much time at all. But whatever, it is his money. And less time is better. Misty distracts him with her yummy boobs, and I start to pull my t-shirt over my head. Suddenly the door explodes behind me. What? They ask if you'll talk dirty to them, preferably on the phone, masturbators. Every now and then, you come across married guys who want to meet for real, with or without their wives, usually the former. Cheap thrill seekers. I haven't played it in the flesh, but I don't mind getting someone off telling dirty stories. There's a certain sick kind of power in that. Forgive me, he whispered, and he meant that, even as he stripped, lowered his ghostly white nakedness over me. I swallowed the building scream, opened my legs, wept as he plunged inside, choked on his Listerine-flavored tongue, wielded like a weapon. His kiss was, in fact, harder to accept. Sex is sex. A kiss means love. But now Jerome wants other things. Let me watch you touch yourself. Creepy things. Did you know guys like to use vibrators too? Like this. Your period? I like the taste of blood. Poor baby. Don't worry. Daddy has presents for his beautiful little girl. He comes over, sits beside me, pulls a dime bag from his pocket like it's made of gold. Let Daddy fix it for you. He cooks up a perfect spoon, loads it, plunges it between my toes. The sting is luscious, the awful rush all I need. I kiss him, suck his tongue into my mouth, seeking moisture. It curls over my own tongue. He pushes me to the floor. My head spins, dizzy with anticipation. My brain screams, kiss me. Kiss all those special places, just like you used to. Why is he stopping? He reaches into a back pocket. What is that? A rubber? No, we don't need that. Finally, he says, never know what kind of gift one of your customers might have left. My customers use condoms. So hell, he can screw me. If that's all it means to him, he boosts himself up over me. That's it, he soothes. No need to waste a perfectly good boner in, out. I close my eyes. Swollen with desire, demanding, lips still locked to mine. She murmured, what if I give you this? Her hand found my own, urged it along her body's contours, all the way to the place between her legs, the one I had never asked for. In the heat of the moment, I even got hard, especially when Janet touched me, dropped onto her knees, lowered my zipper, started to do what I never suspected she knew how to do. Yes.
The time has expired.
Right here.
George Elder. Considering how buzzed we got, okay, it wasn't the first time I smoked weed, but I'd rarely smoked myself so close to outer space before. We were making out hot and heavy. He started to unbutton my blouse. I led him, and he unzipped my jeans. I helped him. He helped him help me out of them. Snared by the heat of the kiss, I barely noticed when he slipped out of his own Levi's, skin urgent against skin, and panties and boxers between us. I was ready to shed the final thin barrier to allow him access to the most private part of me. Too much booze, too many smokes, way too many pills, speed, downers, everything in between. Then all thereafter is free booze and an easy lay. Let alone give me an up-close view of those tasty-looking tits. Something twitches behind my zipper. Glad I'm standing behind the counter. Beautiful, stop it. That's what's wrong with me. He's down to kiss my skivvies. I should have charged more. He's built like a fucking bull. Holy crap, dude, I don't know. What's wrong, kid? Never done this with a real man before? He pushes me to my knees, comes around in front of me. My heart thuds in my chest. You never seen a ramrod like Dan's? I shake my hand as I roll the condom down over it. No, of course not, you haven't. Let's see how good you are. I close my eyes, fight not to gag at the taste of the lubricant, not to choke on his thrust against my throat. He pulls me to my feet, moves behind me, drapes me back with his chest. Check it out. The little boy likes that. He reaches down between my thighs. Look how hard he is. No, how could something mess up, turn me on? His lips push back on my neck. He pushes me toward the bed, urges me face down. The sheets smell of bleach. Down go my boxers. Oh my, what a sweet little bottom. Dan's hand moving over my skin are soft. Let's see, he pushes, but only a little. A test, oh yes, I'm afraid it might. And after Dan, nothing else will do. An odd blend of fear, excitement, for some fucked up reason. I'm excited, adrenaline firecrackers through my body, blood pulses in my temples. You make Dan happy now. Hear pain? Oh God, nothing has ever hurt like this. I tense, beg him to stop, but he doesn't. Doesn't slow, can't take it. Can't pressure, pressure deep. Oh, nothing has ever felt so good. No, I won't. No matter what, I won't. It isn't me, but I do, and it's over the top.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Sydney Smith. I'm just going to read a little part that I actually had to pick out because a lot of this I was actually too disgusted to read in front of you. This is page 64. He wants to get off, not an easy thing, high on meth. I hate doing guys on meth, takes too long. But hey, this was my deal. You want to pay for one and F for one or what? We start to walk. Even just those like 3 lines is absolutely disgusting. If it makes you uncomfortable, me reading those 3 lines more than it did for any of them to talk, that's saying something, because the kids that can check these out of your books, of your libraries, or maybe not check them out because their parents didn't sign their waiver, but they can sit in the library and read them in this building, are 2 to 6 years younger than me. Him, he can do it. They can do it sitting there on that stage right in front of you guys, right next to you guys. That is disgusting. I'm on social media. I see what's on social media. This is not on normal social media. So don't pretend like this is in front of us all the time. Don't pretend like this is normal. It is not. It is disgusting. It disgusts all of us. So the fact that you guys are allowing that is vulgar and appalling. Absolutely appalling. You should be so ashamed of yourselves. It's just, I don't even know what to say. I mean, we come up here and say the same things to you guys. I watch them from Kent, Ohio. I do. It's disgusting. I can't watch it without headphones in because I don't want anybody to think that that's what I'm listening to. That's how disgusting it is. And you're allowing it to happen, not even allowing it, putting it right in front of them. Be ashamed.
Annie Cruz. I'm going to follow what Sid said. I'm speechless, to be completely honest with you. I'm embarrassed to know that there's books like this in our school library that are available to 13, 14 to 18, 19-year-olds that the committee deems is appropriate for them to sit in the library and read, but require a parent approval to check it out, to read at another location outside of the library. Like, logically, that just does not make sense to me whatsoever. And I will be putting in a formal request due to a book objection that the committee made on something that I objected to, a book I objected to. But one of the things that I don't understand is how we can have a book called Tricks in the library that deals with subject matter about freedom, safety, community, family, love that all wrap around sex, pornography, getting prostitution. Like, don't we want kids to be reading things that talk about how they work towards adulting in the bravery section, or problem solving, or, you know, adventure, and help, you know, have books available that are fiction that do those types of things? Like, why are we talking about very adult topics in a very small percentage of the world and trying to normalize it for these kids? They're kids. They shouldn't be making leaps of faith and falling down and growing up trying to figure out sex and love as a kid. They should be trying to figure out what they want to do as an occupation, where their faith and friendships come in. How are they going to work with people in the job world? How are we preparing them for that? Why would we have books available to them that talk about that type of sex, pornography? Doesn't the school board, the school state code state that these books are not supposed to be available to kids? It's illegal to have these types of pornography materials available to kids?
30 seconds.
It's just disgusting. And I really would like you guys to consider the ramifications long-term of having our kids exposed to these materials. I mean, it's just illogic that they can sit in the library and read it, but they have to have a parent's signature to check it out and take it home and read it there. Those two things just don't make any sense in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
2 people on that committee are up here on the committee that voted to keep those books in the library, including our superintendent. Just think about that.
Are there others?
Andrea Bennick, since I didn't use all my 3 minutes at my first comment, so I would just like to say that
It's one. I'm sorry. It's one. You have one chance at your 3 minutes.
that
What do you want to say?
I just want to say that if you, as a student, were to Google any of these things,
Jacob Bennick. If this is Google on our Chromebooks, typed on our Chromebooks, searched on our Chromebooks, it's immediately flagged. You block us from consuming this content on our Chromebooks because it's not something children should be consuming in a school environment, or frankly at all. But then you leave it available to us in our libraries for students to freely read. That's a double standard that I don't think should be in schools. None of this should be in our schools, and we're not gaining any educational learning. There's no educational value to any of this in our libraries. I think you guys understand that. This should not be in our libraries. This should not be available to students.
What's your name?
Jacob Bennick.
Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it. Are there others? All right. Next up on the agenda, in the area of personnel and leadership, I need a motion to appoint the following person to the teaching position listed in the base salary listed effective immediately. This is Rachel Friedlander, a Milan Middle School teacher consultant.
Moved by Farrow.
Heike.
It's been moved and supported to appoint the following person to the teaching position listed in base salary listed effective immediately. Is there any discussion? Yes, Ms. Freight.
Sorry. Mr. Gearbaugh, you normally tell us this is created by a vacancy, correct?
Yes.
The need for this position?
Yes.
And this is the TC over at our middle school, correct?
Correct.
Are we doing TCs now grade level? So we have a TC at each level?
In most buildings, yes, but it varies depending on the number of students in each grade.
So in the middle school, are we fortunate enough to have one at each level?
We have one in each grade, and this is an additional position that's supporting some of the students with the most severe needs.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Any other questions or comments? It's ready to been moved and supported to appoint the following person to the teaching position listed in the base salary listed effective immediately. Rachel Friedlander, Milan Middle School teacher consultant. Ms. Heike.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes?
Heike, yes. Kiger,
Yes.
Macchio,
Yes.
Rosenleacher.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, next up on the agenda is the book challenge action in regards to Fun Home as seen in attachment A. I do want to go through the policy in regards to this before we have our discussion. So in regards to library material, if there is a challenge, or other instructional aids used in the district, the following procedures shall be used. The criticism is to be addressed to the principal in writing and shall include number 1, the author, number 2, the title, number 3, the publisher, number 4, the complainant's familiarity with the material objected to, 5, the sections objected to by page and item, and number 6, the reasons for objection. So it's my understanding, it's the board's understanding that that we did receive this challenge. Mr. Gearbaugh?
Yes, correct.
Upon receipt of this information, the principal may, after advising with the curriculum director of the complaint, and upon the superintendent's approval, appoint a review committee which may consist of, and I want to point out that it is may, it's not must, so there is an important distinction there that it's may and it's not must. So it may contain one or more professional staff members, it may contain one or more board members, it may contain one or more laypersons knowledgeable in the area. I will let you know that the board does not know who is on the committee, the book challenge committee as well, unless they informed us outside of this, outside as part of their speaking with us. But it's not part of the process that the board is aware of who is on the committee. The superintendent shall be an ex officio member of the committee. The committee, in evaluating the question material, shall be guided by the following criteria. And as you can see in the addendum that we received, the committee did do that. They reviewed the appropriateness of the material for the age and maturity level of the students to whom it's being used, which is, they said, how the material is being used as part of the library self-selection process, increase diversity in reading material for developing a well-developed library collection. Number 2 is the accuracy of the material, and the committee indicated it's accurate for the material, autobiographical in nature, tells the story of the author through a graphic novel format. Number 3, the objectivity of the material. The objective in the sense, it's objective in the sense that the opinion of the author and the story, contextually, this is an autobiography of the author and their own coming of age. Objective in nature, given the type of story and the context of the material. And finally, the use being made of the material. So the appropriateness of the material for the age and maturity level of the students to whom it's being used. Text and topic is appropriate for the age and maturity of the students and context for a self-selection library book. Some illustrations are not wholly appropriate for age, maturity, and intended purposes, specific examples that include graphic representations of sexual activity. The next part of the policy is the material in question may be withdrawn from use pending the committee's recommendation to the superintendent. From the committee's recommendations, the committee's recommendation shall be reported to the superintendent in writing within 30 business days following the formation of the committee. And that is, you received that within 30 business days?
Yes, I did.
The superintendent will advise the complainant in writing of the committee's recommendation and advise the board of the action taken and recommended. So Mr. Gearbaugh did inform the board of the committee's recommendation and also inform the complainant.
Yes.
Also, just so people know, the board is not aware of who the complainant is in regards to this. So the board is not aware of who the complainant is, and the board is not aware of who is on the committee. The complainant, this is an important part in regards to some of the issues that were brought up. The complainant may appeal this decision within 30 business days to the board through a written request to the superintendent, who shall forward the request and all written material relating to the matter to the board. So regardless of whatever the decision the committee is that the superintendent gives back to the complainant does have 30 days to appeal that decision to the board. And then the board shall review the case and advise the complainant in writing of its decision within 30 business days. And then finally, no challenge material may be removed from the curriculum or from a collection of resource materials except by action of the board. And no challenge material may be removed solely because it presents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive to some. Any board action to remove material will be accompanied by the board statement of its reasons for the removal. So the reason that the book Fun Home by Allison Bechdel came to the board is because the committee recommended that it be removed. The board, based on this policy, it has to have board action in order for it to be removed. And so that's where that brings us tonight with this challenge. We appreciate people following the policy. We believe that it helps get through this process. I understand some people think it's arduous, but it does get us through using this policy as the rule book that we're all aware of and we can refer to as we move forward with these decisions. So now that we've set the tone in regards to this, we do have the recommendation of the committee is to remove the material from circulation as a result of the finding that some illustrations and images are not wholly appropriate for the age and maturity of the intended audience. So that is the committee's recommendation. With that, the board can move to accept the committee's recommendation, move to deny the committee's recommendation, or propose a resolution in place of the recommendation. So that's where we're at this point, and I'll entertain a discussion in regards to the recommendation from the committee for this book.
Do we need a motion to consider, or do we just?
Not to discuss at this time. We can discuss, and then from our discussion, we can come to a motion that we can further discuss. So.
Well, I guess I'll start. I've read a good portion of the book. I haven't read the entire book. And I do understand some of the expressed concerns about some of the cells. So everyone knows it's a graphic novel, so it's like a comic book that tells the story of an individual and their relationship with their father, and both of them are in the LGBTQ community, and how that relationship changes over time. And yeah, that's what the book is about. So I understand the concerns that have been expressed. I also understand that the book was donated by our GSA. And I want to honor their thoughts, as well as the individuals who have expressed concerns. I also know, and I think we need to take into consideration, that there is legal risk that we will open the billboard for the school district up to if we remove this book from the library. So I don't think that's a minor thing, and it is something that we should consider while having this discussion.
Other comments?
So I guess it's me. Some years back, the board had a pretty intense discussion when we wanted to eliminate the a la carte line at Simon's. It wasn't a matter of student safety to the staff or the students, and I believe what I said at that time was this was a parenting opportunity, that the district had put in place a system where parents could be notified, and that it was an opportunity for parents to set boundaries and to apply consequences if their students didn't follow what they had asked. I think I also made the remark then that just because some parents don't want their kids to have an ice cream sandwich doesn't mean no kids should have an ice cream sandwich. I look at this in the exact same way. The district has gotten very creative in putting in a process that parents can be notified of what is checked out. And just because some people don't want their children reading this book does not mean no child should read this book. I'd like to delve a little bit into some of the other books that have been challenged. I've had a hard time discerning what the objections are to, whether it's to the subject matter or whether it's to the verbiage. I pulled out my Bible, and I started putting Post-it notes and ran out of Post-it notes. Subject matter in these books deal with incest, they deal with rape, they deal with prostitution, they deal with promiscuity, they deal with masturbation. All of these are in the Bible, pretty graphically. So is it the verbiage? If we call something loins, if we call it member, if we call it horn, it's still a penis. If we talk about putting the seed in the vessel, or if we talk about spilling the seed outside the vessel, it's still ejaculation, it's still intercourse. So I have a hard time understanding what's the objection. I have read Identical and I have read Push. And when I finished reading those two books, for a moment I was just baffled how anybody reading those books could reduce them to sex and pornography. Because that absolutely emboldens predators. The books are about rape and they are about incest. And they're heartbreaking, and yet at the end, it's kind of like coming up for a breath of air, because you do see hope and you do see promise. I've heard people come forward for the last 6 months telling us how ashamed we should be because these books are present in our library. I've heard them say that just having these books in our library corrupt our student body. They taint our student body. There's implied that it permeates evil in our student body. It's never good to generalize people, but unfortunately, human nature, we kind of do. And there's a category of people who will always blame a victim of rape and incest. It was their fault, they deserved it. There's a category of people, if a rape or incest victim waits years to come forward, will sit there and say they just want attention. And if it really happened, they would have come forward long before. There's even a more harmful group of people, and those are the ones that say, it's okay, you were the victim, it shouldn't have happened to you, there's nothing wrong with you, you're not bad. And yet those same people will stand here and say that a book can cause evil. A book on a shelf, in a room, down the hall, can taint our student body. How much worse if a survivor of that experience is sitting in the classroom next to that student, or across the lane marker in a pool next to that student, or coding a robot next to that student. How much bigger the taint if they knew that that student had felt the dread of the footsteps coming down the hall. If a book on a shelf in a room down the hall can cause corruption and taint, how much worse is that taint and that corruption if it's the teacher teaching the student to conjugate a verb, or the coach calling the plays from the sidelines, or a member of the board sitting at this table? If they've been the victim that lives in dread of that weight pressing on them. If a book on a shelf in a room down the hall can spread evil amongst the student body, how much worse is that taint and that evil if it's the mayor or your minister or your mother? Victims of rape and incest will go to their graves never ever telling another human being of what happened to them because they're so ashamed. Even the pressing guilt of knowing that if they had spoken up, somebody else would have been spared that cannot get them to speak out. And the people that are sitting there saying that these books can corrupt their children are the ones making our victims feel so ashamed.
Hey,
Excuse
order,
me.
order, order.
This are my comments.
Order.
No, excuse me,
Order.
these are my comments.
Mr. Cicillo, I move to adjourn the meeting until it's called to order.
We're moved, I have a motion to recess.
Yes.
Motion to recess. Ms. Heike.
Do I need a second?
Support.
There you go.
It's been moved and supported to recess.
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Kiger,
Yes.
Cicillo,
Yes.
Heike. Yes, sorry. Macchio,
Yes.
Rosen-Leacher.
Yes.
Here we go.
All right, the board's returned from recess at 8:05. We will continue the discussion. Just a reminder, this is board business at this time. We do request for public decorum. If there is no public decorum, we will recess again. So we will continue with the board business at hand. Ms. Kiger, you may finish your comment.
I just want to say that I don't believe that these are subjects that should be left in the dark. I think we need to bring them into the light. We need to make sure our children are comfortable talking about them. We need to empower our children so that they and not the predators are in control. And for victims, we need to make sure that we're teaching them to stand strong and tall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiger. Other comments? Obviously, I mean, this is a very divisive topic. We have, obviously, by the public comments that we've received, we've also received emails from the very beginning of this on both sides in regards to this. There are issues that we all need to consider. The board has heard public comment. We have listened to, we've received emails. Obviously, we've received the recommendation of the committee on this specific book, and that's what we're acting on this evening. So, with all decisions, there are people that are going to be upset, but the board is responsible for making a decision in regards to this recommendation. So, with that, I will again entertain a motion in regards to this recommendation. If there's something that we think that may help with moving forward to help make this as best as possible, I'd be glad to entertain any motions in regards to this book challenge.
Mr. Sislo, because I do believe that there is a compromise here, I move that we restrict access to the book by removing the book from self-selection and requiring parental consent before the book can be checked out.
Support by Farrow.
So I have a motion and support. Would you read the motion again, Ms. Heike?
To restrict access to the book by removing the book from self-selection and requiring parental consent before the book can be checked out.
So we'll have discussion on that motion.
Mr. Sislo?
Yes, Ms. Freight.
I guess I didn't jump on the gun quick enough. I kind of hesitate to do something different than, and I understand finding a compromise than what the committee recommended after going through, as you and I discussed, the rule book and following their recommendation. I think they diligently went through all the bases, and obviously with 4 books, this is the only book, so there's a reason and a rhyme to the recommendation that came to us. And I would respectfully want to give that committee the prudence it needs, and they did their job, and they came to us with that full recommendation. I think that that would be something we should move forward with. As it's been discussed in public comments, if we do the restricted access and the parental consent, it's still, does restricted access thereby take away the being able to look at it in the library?
That is the point of removing it from self-selection.
So is self-selection on our shelves just out and about?
No, that we're removing it.
No,
from
what I'm asking
self-selection.
is, in general, the other books are out in the library in the personal selection area where
Yes.
they can peruse and pick as they want. So that removing them would put them in a status or in area where the librarian would have to provide the access to the book, correct? I wanted to be
Correct.
able to understand it completely.
Is that even possible, Mr. Yerbaugh?
Yes, that is possible, and I was going to ask that clarification too. So my understanding is the motion is made is that the book would be somewhere in the library, that students cannot access it even while in the library until a parent's consent has been received. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay.
Does that, so it would be removed from self-selection, it wouldn't be out in the open?
So removed from the shelves into restricted areas.
It would be a restricted area, and then parental consent would be necessary to check the book out.
To check the book out or view the book?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure since I would have
That's
to
fine.
implement it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I feel like this is a compromise that's important because I understand your point, Ms. Freight, to honor the work of the committee, and I do want to honor the work of the committee. But I also want to honor the parents who have contacted us who are not in favor of removing these books from the library, who would allow their children to read these books, particularly this book. And I also want to shield the district from any potential legal issues that we may incur by removing the book from the library entirely.
And hence my conversations, I believe that we wouldn't be the first one to worry about the legal issues, and there's going to be some problems with that. I also think there's a reason the committee actually, having faced this particular book, wanted it removed. It's not 4 book challenges. This one is asked to be removed. If the parent, you know, like Jan was saying in her earlier comment with the a la carte, I believe it was what you referenced, you as a parent get that choice to put money on the child's account, and the child gets to go and pick the ice cream sandwich if they want to. And you as a parent, if you would like your child to read this book, can go out and purchase the book or go to the library in Milan. You still have access. If the committee has recommended actual removal based on the guidelines they provided for us, I wouldn't think they would jump to that step without any reason behind it.
I don't disagree with you. I don't know, however, from the recommendation from the committee that the legal issues were considered. It's not part of the rubric that they consider when they make their recommendation. And I also agree with you that other districts have faced this issue, and I'll point out to you and the community that there are many districts who have received a similar challenge to Fun Home and have not removed the book for these very reasons. And I don't want to open Milan up to be the very first district that gets sued by the ACLU because we removed the book.
I can understand that.
It is absolutely true.
Well,
Ms. Freight, do you have a comment? I'm sorry.
You know, as Mrs. Heike pointed out, because she's, you know, read a good portion of this, I guess my biggest challenge with this book is that also it's the graphic novel, the comic book as well, and I think that's one of the main reasons that the committee came to us with the removal request is because of the illustrations, if I understood it correctly. So I obviously am in agreement with the committee, and I think that in this particular book, because of the nature of the book and the comics and the graphic illustrations, we've checked the box, we've diligently followed our policy, and I think it's defensible, and that we wouldn't necessarily, or if we were, we have played by the rules and followed our own rule books and our own policies to be able to defend our decision and our committee's recommendation to remove the book.
Thank you, Ms. Freight.
Thank you, Mr. Sislo.
Other comments?
I do have one question, and I probably should have brought this up before the meeting, so I apologize if I didn't. But where do we stand if a student is 18? Wasn't sure if Mr. Gerba knew or not, or if that's something that we need to consider.
It's a good question. I think we can talk to legal counsel in regards to that.
Mm.
Other questions or concerns? All right, so we have a motion, we have a first and a second of the motion. Ms. Heike, would you read the motion again?
Move to restrict access to the book by removing the book from self-selection and requiring parental consent before the book can be checked out or viewed. I will add that based on the clarification.
Hold on. Mr. Farrow, would you support the amendment?
Yes.
Oh. Thank you. All right, it's been moved and supported. Ms. Heike?
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
No.
Heike, yes. Kiger?
Yes.
Macchio?
Yes.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, in regards the student disciplinary hearings that we do have that people have arrived for currently. I would entertain a motion to move the rest of the agenda, table the rest of the agenda as far as the potential book study discussion of Why Meadow Died, the finance and operations general fund amendment of attachment B, the first reading, and number C, communications, community engagement, and B, finance and operations, and then board member recommendation of Jan Kiger to, oh geez, I'm sorry. I gotta figure out what I gotta do with this. So we're going to, I'd like to entertain a motion to move the potential book study discussion of Why Meadow Died and the general fund budget amendment attachment B to the January meeting, January 11th.
Moved by Heike.
Support by Macchio.
It's been moved and supported to table the potential book study discussion and the general fund budget amendment attachment B to the first reading to the January 11th meeting. Any discussion? Ms. Heike?
Freight?
Yes.
Heike, yes. Kiger?
Yes.
Macchio?
Yes.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next up on the agenda is the student board representative comments. Oh.
You gotta turn your mic on. Or move closer if it's already on.
We would like to recognize the Milan Middle School and Milan High School band and choir students for putting on an amazing performance. The successful Doors and Donuts with DECA fundraiser put on by the MHS DECA Club this past weekend, the MHS Girls and Boys Bowling success this past week, the MHS Boys Swim Team win against Ypsilanti Lincoln yesterday. We would like to give a congratulations to Dan Heike for being named Monroe News Girls Swim Coach of the Year. And lastly, the middle school boys swim team has a meet tomorrow versus Erie Mason at home at 4 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Farrow.
Hi. I was looking on the web pages or the school pages for each of the schools, and on the Paddock and Simon's calendar, they didn't have anything coming up since it is so close to break. However, the middle school, does not also have events. I read that wrong. But the high school today, we are currently having a varsity wrestling meet against Airport, Grosse Ile, and New Boston Huron. If it's still going, stop by. We'd love the support. On the 22nd, the boys JV and varsity basketball will be playing away at 5:30 and 7, but however the location is unknown. And on the 23rd, the varsity hockey will be playing against Plymouth High School at the Plymouth Cultural Center at 8 p.m. And on the 28th, the varsity wrestling will have a home tournament at 9 a.m., which is over break, and I'm sure you all will be sleeping, but we would still love the support if you wanted to stop by, and that is all I have. Sorry, I also have a question for this board. Why aren't the kids on review on the review committee, since it does directly affect us?
It's a good question. I mean, the policy doesn't include a student to be involved at this time, so it's something that could be looked at as a future policy, but it's not part of the policy at this time.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, good question. Next, I'll entertain a motion to move the board recognition for Jan Kiger to after closed session.
Moved by Farrow.
Support by Rosenleacher.
It's been moved and supported to move the board recognition for Jan Kiger to after the board member comments, after the closed session. Any discussion? Ms. Heike?
Heike, yes. Kiger?
Yes.
Macchio? Rosen-Leecher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Pharaoh,
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next up, I need a motion to appoint Attorney Rob Dietzel of the Troon Law Firm PC to serve as the board's hearing officer for the student disciplinary hearings.
Moved by Heike.
Support by Farrow.
It's been moved and supported to appoint Attorney Rob Dietzel of the Troon Law Firm to serve as the board hearing officer for the student disciplinary hearings. Any discussion? Just in regards to moving those agenda items, we do have people that have arrived for these hearings. The board does value the due process for these students, and that's why we moved that business, tabled the business and moved the business at hand. It's been moved and supported to appoint Attorney Rob Dietzel of Troon Law Firm PC to serve as a board hearings officer for the student disciplinary hearings. Ms. Heike.
Heike, yes. Kiger,
Yes.
Macchio,
Yes.
Rosen-Leecher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Pharaoh,
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I need a motion to enter closed session pursuant to Section 8(1)B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act and upon the request of the students' parents, guardians, for the purpose of conducting hearings to consider the discipline of students whose identity is known to the board as student 2022-2023-8, 2022-2023-9, 2022-2023-10.
Moved by Heike.
Can you also add 7?
And also, as well as student 2022-2023-7.
Moved by Heike.
Support by Rosen-Leecher.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? So moved and supported to enter into closed session pursuant to Section 8(1)B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act upon request of the students' guardians for the purpose of conducting hearings to consider the discipline of students whose identity known to the board as 2022-2023-7, 8, 9, and 10. And then just so everybody's aware that once we return back into open session, we will have votes on that disciplinary action. We will have public comment. We will have superintendent comment. We'll have assistant superintendent comments. We'll have board comments and recognition of Jan Kiger. So it's been moved and supported. Ms. Heike.
Kiger,
Yes.
Macchio,
Yes.
Rosen-Leecher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Pharaoh,
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Heike, yes. Motion carries 7-0.
We're going into closed session at 8:23. If there are any students that need their papers signed, any board member can sign them on the way out. Thank you.
Get you a nameplate soon.
I can turn your mic on, you may want to turn it off. I just want to make sure it works. That's right.
Do I still call for 8 and she just abstains for 7, or do I just skip over her?
I think you should call it.
And I abstain.
Yep.
All right, we're back into open session at 1:50 a.m. Entertain a motion from Mr. Dietzel in regards to student 2022-2023-7 in accordance, entertain a motion from Mr. Dietzel in regards to 2022-2023-7.
President Sislo, I have a proposed resolution that I believe tracks the board's deliberations in closed session. As the board knows, no decision was made in closed session, so this resolution is not in final form and is open to public or discussion and debate here in public session. If any board member wishes to make a motion to adopt the resolution as read, please do so, followed by a second, which would open up discussion. The motion is as follows. The administration has recommended that, pursuant to revised school code section 1310.1, 1310.1, a student whose identity is known to the board as student 22-23-7 be expelled for physically assaulting another student. The revised school code defines physical assault as intentionally causing or attempting to cause physical harm to another through force or violence. School administrators notify the student's parent/guardian of the specific charge underlying the disciplinary recommendation.
Continue.
Sorry. As well as the date, time, and place of the disciplinary hearing, pursuant to the request of the student's parent/guardian and as authorized by Michigan Open Meetings Act Section 8(1)(b. The disciplinary hearing was conducted in a closed session meeting of the board. The hearing afforded the student and the student's representatives an opportunity to respond to the charge and to present pertinent evidence for the board's consideration. The board has considered all of the evidence produced in the student discipline hearing, and now therefore be it resolved that a preponderance of the evidence establishes that on November 18th, 2022, the student physically assaulted another student on school property in violation of state law and the student code of conduct. Based on careful consideration of all of the following factors, the board determines that suspension is warranted. And those factors include the student's age, discipline history, whether the student has a disability, the seriousness of the behavior, whether the behavior posed a safety risk, whether restorative practices are a better option, and whether lesser interventions would address the behavior. The student is suspended until the first day of school in January 2023 following winter break. During the time of the suspension, the student may not be on school grounds or attend any functions at the district without prior written approval from an appropriate administrator. In lieu of expulsion, the student must complete a restorative practice exercise upon his return as determined by the building principal. The student's failure to complete this restorative practice may result in further disciplinary consequences. Additionally, as a lesser intervention and in lieu of expulsion, the student must participate in a counseling program approved by the superintendent that includes an anger management component, and the student's parents must cooperate with school officials in ensuring that the student receives appropriate supportive services from both the district and outside providers. The student is advised that any future acts of misconduct may result in his immediate and permanent expulsion from the district. Administration shall immediately refer the student for supportive services to which the student may be eligible under state and federal laws. Consistent with the revised school code, the board finds that the interests of the district are served by this resolution. Administrators are directed and authorized to implement all terms of this resolution and delegated the authority to do so. and all resolutions and parts of resolutions that conflict with this resolution are hereby rescinded.
So I need a motion to suspend student 2022-2023-7 in accordance with the read resolution by Rob Dietzel.
Motion by Rosenleacher.
Support by Heike.
It's been moved by Rosenleacher and supported by Heike. Any further discussion? All right, it's been moved and supported to suspend student 2022-2023 in accordance with the resolution read by Rob Dietzel. Ms. Heike.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow? Yes. Freight?
I abstain due to my absence.
Heike, yes. Kiger? Yes. Macchio?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Next, I'll entertain a motion in regards to student 2022-2023-8.
So, Board President Sislo, again, I believe this resolution tracks the discussion of the board in closed session. No decision has been made, and this is open for motion, second, and public discussion. For the sake of time, I will skip the boilerplate language and go right to the actual meat of the resolution for student 22-23-8. Now, therefore, be it resolved that a preponderance of the evidence establishes that on or around September 23rd and September 26th, 2022, the student engaged in sexual harassment toward other district students in violation of Board Policy 2266. Based on careful consideration of all of the following factors, the board determines that expulsion is warranted. Those factors include the student's age, discipline history, whether the student has a disability, the seriousness of the behavior, whether the behavior posed a safety risk, whether restorative practices are a better option, and whether lesser interventions would address the behavior. The student is permanently expelled from the district, subject to possible reinstatement as provided in this resolution. During the time of the expulsion, the student may not be on school grounds or attend any functions at the district without prior written approval from an appropriate administrator. In addition to expulsion, the student must complete a restorative practice exercise as determined by the building principal prior to reinstatement to repair harm to other students and the school environment. The student's failure to complete the restorative practice exercise may result in further disciplinary consequences. The student may petition the board for reinstatement no sooner than December 1, 2023, for reinstatement no sooner than January 2, 2024. Before reinstatement, the student must demonstrate successful participation in an appropriate counseling program approved by the superintendent, establish that the student has not engaged in conduct during the period of expulsion that may be viewed by the board as detrimental to the student's continued education at the district, and demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board that the student received educational instruction and cooperatively participated in an educational program during the period of expulsion, which may include an online or virtual educational program offered by the district. Consistent with the board's action taken this date, administrators shall promptly meet with the student's parents or guardians to determine those appropriate educational services to which the student may be entitled under state or federal law. Consistent with revised school code section 11A and 1311.1, the board finds that the interests of the district are served by this resolution. Administrators are directed and authorized to implement all terms of this resolution and delegated the authority to do so. And all resolutions and parts of resolutions that conflict with this resolution are hereby rescinded.
Need a motion to expel student 2022-2023-8 in accordance with the resolution read by Robert Dietzel.
Moved by Heike.
Support by Macchio.
So moved and supported to expel student 2022-2023-8 in accordance with the resolution read by Robert Dietzel. Is there any discussion? Ms. Heike.
Macchio?
Yes.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
Yes.
Heike, yes. Kiger? Yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I'll entertain a motion in regards to student 2022-2023-9.
Again, Board President Sislo, a resolution that I believe tracks with the discussion in closed session. No decision was made. This would be subject to motion, second, and public discussion and debate. But that resolution, again, skipping the boilerplate language with respect to student 22-23-9, states as follows. A preponderance of the evidence establishes that on December 5th, 2022, the student made a threat similar to a bomb threat on school property. Based on careful consideration of all of the following factors, the board determines that expulsion is warranted. and those factors include the student's age, discipline history, whether the student has a disability, the seriousness of the behavior, whether the behavior posed a safety risk, whether restorative practices are a better option, and whether lesser interventions would address the behavior. The student is expelled from the district through the end of the 22-23 school year. During the time of the expulsion, the student may not be on school grounds or attend any functions at the district without prior written approval from an appropriate administrator. In addition to expulsion, the student must complete a restorative practice exercise as determined by the building principal upon reinstatement to repair harm to other students and the school environment. The student's failure to complete the restorative practice exercise may result in further disciplinary consequences. The student may petition the board for reinstatement no sooner than August 1, 2023, for reinstatement no sooner than the start of the 23-24 school year. Before reinstatement, the student must demonstrate successful participation in an appropriate counseling program approved by the superintendent, establish that the student has not engaged in conduct during the period of expulsion that may be viewed by the board as detrimental to the student's continued education at the district, demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board that the student received educational instruction and cooperatively participated in an educational program during the period of expulsion, which may include an online or virtual educational program offered by the district, and agree to follow a reentry safety plan as determined by the superintendent and building principal that includes, at a minimum, permission to search the student's possessions or person at any time, continued school-based counseling, continued out-of-school counseling, and mandatory daily check-ins with a trusted adult. The student's parents must also agree to the terms of the reentry safety plan. Failure to satisfy these conditions will result in continuation of the student's expulsion. Consistent with revised school code sections 11A and 1311.1, the board finds that the interests of the district are served by this resolution. Administrators are directed and authorized to implement all terms of this resolution and delegated the authority to do so. And all resolutions and parts of resolutions that conflict with this resolution are hereby rescinded.
I need a motion to expel student 2022-2023-9 in accordance with the resolution as read by Robert Dietzel.
Moved by Farrow.
Support by Heike.
It's been moved and supported to expel student 2022-2023-9 in accordance with the resolution as read by Robert Dietzel. Is there any questions or concerns? Ms. Heike.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
Yes.
Heike, yes. Kiger?
Yes.
Macchio?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I'll entertain a resolution in regards to student 2022-2023-10.
President Sislo, again, resolution that I believe tracks the discussion in closed session, which would be subject to motion, second, and public debate and discussion. That resolution, skipping the boilerplate language with respect to student 22-2310, states as follows. A preponderance of the evidence establishes that on or around September 23rd and September 26th, 2022, the student engaged in sexual harassment toward other district students in violation of Board Policy 2266. Based on careful consideration of all of the following factors, the board determines that expulsion is warranted. Those factors include the student's age, disciplinary history, whether the student has a disability, the seriousness of the behavior, whether the behavior posed a safety risk, whether restorative practices are a better option, and whether lesser interventions would address the behavior. The student is permanently expelled from the district, subject to possible reinstatement as provided in this resolution. During the time of the expulsion, the student may not be on school grounds or attend any function at the district without prior written approval from an appropriate administrator. In addition to expulsion, the student must complete a restorative practice exercise as determined by the building principal prior to reinstatement to repair harm to other students and the school environment. The student's failure to complete the restorative practice exercise may result in further disciplinary consequences. The student may petition the board for reinstatement no sooner than December 1, 2023, for reinstatement no sooner than January 2, 2024. Before reinstatement, the student must demonstrate successful participation in an appropriate counseling program approved by the superintendent, establish that the student has not engaged in conduct during the period of expulsion that may be viewed by the board as detrimental to the student's continued education at the district, and demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board that the student received educational instruction and cooperatively participated in an educational program during the period of expulsion, which may include an online or virtual educational program offered by the district. Consistent with the board's action taken this date, administrators shall promptly meet with the student's parents. Take that out, that was an error. Consistent with the revised school code sections 11A and 1311.1, the board finds that the interests of the district are served by this resolution. Administrators are directed and authorized to implement all terms of this resolution and delegated the authority to do so. And all resolutions and parts of resolutions that conflict with this resolution are hereby rescinded.
Need a motion to expel student 2022-2023-10 in accordance with the resolution as read by Robert Dietzel.
Motion by Rosenleacher.
Support by Farrow.
It's been moved and supported to expel student 2022-2023-10 in accordance with the resolution as read by Robert Dietzel. Any good discussion? Ms. Heiko.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
Yes.
Heika, yes. Kiger? Yes. Macchio?
Yes.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next up on the agenda is communications, community engagement, public comments. Is there anyone here that would like to address the board? Next up is superintendent comments. Mr. Gearbaugh.
Just a few things to share. Over the past 2 weeks, the Milan area schools holiday music concerts were outstanding. Staff, parents, and community members were able to experience our students' wonderful musical talents during concerts performed by our kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade students, our middle school band, middle school choir, high school band, and high school choir. Congratulations to all of the performers and their directors. Last Saturday, 109 Milan families received Christmas supply baskets. The baskets included household cleaning supplies, personal hygiene products, and food. The Milan Rotary Club, through a mailing to all of the chamber members, collected over $7,000 and purchased over $8,000 of supplies for families. Paddock, Simons, and middle school students held non-perishable food drives, and the food was included in the baskets. The high school had a jar wars that raised almost $1,000 and helped Rotary finish the purchases. Aid in Milan helps coordinate the families. Interact students and other MHS students helped Rotary members pack all of the items up on Friday. Just what an amazing accomplishment this is for our community and the 3 different organizations that work together. Sad news for our staff. John Evans, a teacher at Paddock and Simons, lost his father last week. The district did have a successful professional development day on December 9th. And congratulations are in order for Dan Heika on being named the 2022 Monroe County Regional Girls Swim Coach of the Year. The Milan girls in the diving program took home 3rd at the MHSAA state meet and won a Huron League championship prior to Mr. Heika receiving this award. I do want to take a minute to personally thank Jan Kiger for her 15 years of service on the Milan Area Schools Board of Education. I personally met Jan when her children were in my high school math classes in the early 1990s. I have enjoyed watching her children and grandchildren prosper here in the district. Jan is a dedicated board member, parent, grandparent, and community volunteer. While I know our friendship will not end after tonight's meeting, I will miss having her voice at the board table. Thank you, Jan. You are always welcome to reach out to meet or talk. I want to remind everybody that our last day of school is today, Thursday, December 22nd, before the holiday break. I want to wish all of our staff, students, parents, and community members a wonderful and peaceful and relaxing break. Whether you celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or any other holiday, I wish you well. We look forward to seeing everyone back in school on Monday, January 9th. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Gearbaugh. Assistant Superintendent comments, Mr. McMahon.
Yeah, I do have a couple. I want to share with you a quick list of the winners of the Monroe County Community Foundation grants. I mentioned one at the last meeting, and I got the rest of the list. I don't want to table this because in the Christmas season I want to talk about what the foundation's done for us here. So there's a few of them. The elementary art program led by Mrs. Unger received $2,000 grant to create a large-scale murals at each Paddock and Simons. The middle school received a $1,000 grant to cover 2 years of supplemental insurance for their one of their dogs through the Alliance of Therapy Dog Program. The middle school yearbook club received potentially up to $2,500 to purchase cameras, other equipment to support their program. The MHS Production Guild received $4,000 to support enrichment opportunities, including attending a Broadway production in Detroit. The FFA at the high school here received $25,000 to build a barn to do some animal husbandry stuff and some hands-on activities outside. It's going to be really terrific. It sounds like the foundation was really impressed with their application. And I want to mention too, the Big Red Bundles program, although not specifically run by someone in our district, they received $3,000, and that goes directly to benefit our kids because that's supplies they collect and get back to our students. And also the Simons PTO, not run by someone in our district necessarily, they got up to $4,500 to provide some pass-through funds for our elementary specialist programs. So if you include those and Molly's STEM grant that I mentioned last meeting, the Community Foundation Monroe gave us at least $45,000. It could be a little bit more than that depending on how some of those balance out. That's just for one quarter, $45,000. We really want to thank them for that, for the generosity, and also thank our staff and families for putting the time in to make the applications and make these funds happen. The other announcement I want to make is that All-Star Driving Company that uses our property to do driver's training around here, they just donated, we got in the mail yesterday, 3 $100 vouchers to use for their programs, and we kicked those over to our McKinney-Vento liaison, Sarah O'Neill. She'll hand those off to some kids, so that was really great. Then we just want to provide some acknowledgement of that as well. That's it for me.
Great, thank you, Mr. McMahon. Next up is board member comments.
Shall I? Thank you, Mr. Sislo.
Sure.
I too would like to thank Mrs. Kiger for her 15 years on the board and 30 years of service to our community. You are a definite treasure, and it's been a pleasure. I'd also like to congratulate our wrestlers. I got to see the wrestling tonight. It was really rather cool. Small little plug for my Jets that actually pulled it out, so just saying it. And looking forward to being able to see more of it on Saturday, thanks to Avery's update. I'm also incredibly proud of all of our Big Reds. Our swim team did really great. Our choir concerts were good. It's just amazing to be able to come out and see our kids and how well they represent. I would also like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a most joyful 2023. Thank you, Mr. Sislo.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Mr. Sislo.
Yeah, Mr. Farrell.
So I too want to thank Jan. I've got a little writing here for you. I want to especially thank Jan for her dedication to our district for the past 15 years. You've been a wonderful colleague, and you'll always, always be a friend. Your love for our students and staff has been obvious and admirable. I'm so grateful that I've had the opportunity to work with you. Despite personal challenges in the recent past, you continued in your role of service on behalf of this board and service on behalf of our students and staff. I can't thank you enough. When I was elected 2 years ago, I remember you helping me get up to speed on district finances, district goals, and objectives. In short, I've learned an awful lot from you in a short period of time. Thank you again for all your help and advice with my own journey of service to our students and staff. I also want to just thank Mr. Sislo and Mr. Gearbaugh for their assistance with my board member education, including the MASB Winter Institute and certified board member courses. Just for your knowledge, I submitted my qualifying activities to MASB on December 19th. Then finally, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I hope that the staff and students enjoy their break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell.
Just want to thank this district for letting me be on this board for 15 years. The people that are this district have the biggest hearts, and they're second to none. They make me proud over and over and over again. And as I shared earlier, you were there in the darkest days of my life to help me. And just want to say a big thank you to this district.
Thank you, Jan.
Mr. Sislo.
Yes, Ms. Rosenleacher.
I'd like to echo what everyone said. While I only had a short 6 months or so serving with Jan on the board, a little jealous of Mr. Leacher having served several years with her on the board. I'm certain that her service to our community will not end with tonight's meeting. So thank you, Jan, for everything. You make us all better, for sure. I'd also like to just mention that I have half a class left, and I will have completed the 100 series of the MASB board classes. So that will be done before the end of the day tomorrow. So I'm excited about that and grateful for the opportunity to improve and really learn and understand what it means to be a board member here in the state of Michigan. So thank you. And happy holidays to everyone. I hope everyone gets lots of rest and our students enjoy that snow this weekend.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenleacher.
Well, I will chime in as well. Of course, I would echo everything that everybody has already said about Mrs. Kiger. I've especially enjoyed being the liaison to Paddock with her for the last couple of years, and that's been a real joy. And I will say again, Mrs. Kiger is humble to a fault. Her generosity to this district and this community has literally known no bounds. There are so many things that she has done that people will never know. So when you hear people use the motto, service before self, that is Jan Kiger. So thank you, Jan, for everything. And yes, everybody have a wonderful rest of the year and enjoy your family and friends and some downtime, because everyone deserves it.
Thank you, Ms. Macchio. Ms. Heike.
My turn. I also want to thank Jan for her service to the district. There are so many adults who live in this community now, and their students and past students and current students are all better off because of Jan and her service, not only to the district but to the broader community as a whole. And I personally want to thank Jan for being an incredible mentor, but more importantly, an incredible friend. And so I'm very grateful to have gotten to know you even better over the last few years while I was on the board. And I just want to thank you for all that you've done for me and my family personally as well.
Just a couple of reminders. We will have our organizational meeting, the first meeting in January, so please get me your committee selections throughout the break. Probably won't announce committees until the second meeting, but remember we are going to go to the new structure with the committees for each of the areas of the strategic plan, so I'll send out a reminder in regards to that. We'll also be voting in officers for that meeting. We'll also be welcoming Sarah Murray to the board. Ms. Murray and Ms. Rosenleacher will be taking an honorary oath of office at that meeting, which will be exciting. We appreciate that. Also want to remind folks that our next Big Red Chat is Tuesday, January 17th. It's going to be at the middle school at 7 o'clock. The topic is going to be school safety. So we'll get word out in regards to that next Big Red Chat sponsored by the board on Tuesday, January 17th. And I want to wish everyone a safe break. All the staff continue to do great work for Milan area schools. The board greatly appreciates everyone's work. We wish you a safe holiday, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. We look forward to having you back to serve our students in the new year. And finally, we will get to our last order of business, a recognition of Miss Janice Kiger. I don't know what else to say. I think everybody else has said it. But you are truly a light in Milan area schools, the Milan area school community. You have shown that light for many people, and there are many people that are in deep gratitude for what you have done in showing your light throughout the community. We do have a small token of appreciation for your 15 years. We'll present that to you, and we just want to thank you for everything that you've done for us, Jan. We greatly appreciate it. All right. The meeting is adjourned at 2:19 a.m.
Take them home, sign. That's fine.